Hi everybody, my name is Ella Briggs. We're 2025 Fair City Fair and welcome to the Dinner Show.
our 12th grade senior showmanship. I just worked down the line and had some pointers, just making sure that we're paying attention to setting our feet. I would prefer students are not using their feet to set the front feet. I would love if we can look along the line. Give me here to keep them in place, but just kind of a couple pointers that I use for those people, just making sure our animal looks the best. And then to get out of line, just making sure we stay calm and keeping those things in line. And having said that, the young lady here in person, the black cat, did that. She kept her cool. She was ready to go right when she walked into the show ring, was paying attention to me, and was the quickest to set up. I told the two young ladies at the top that it was really close. What just took the lady, the black cat over the jersey was just that use of her feet. She didn't have to use her feet as much. She set up her calf and was a little bit ready sooner when she came into the ring. But that jersey young lady, she was maybe a little bit at first anxious with her calf, but she really kept an eye on me. She made her calf look the best she can, and I think that she really did a great job. Taking nothing away from these cows here in line, they're definitely showing that they're full of milk, and testing those young men's job. But they both did a great job of keeping their cool and having their cow look the best they can. And I just gave them a couple pointers and look forward to seeing these young individuals coming back when they are in the class. So let's give them some of our class. Alright, I told these four exhibitors that they made my first showmanship class in the morning nice and hard for me, so I appreciate that. First and second place, I told them that both of them were just melded really well with their animals. When they moved throughout the ring, they just collide together. First place, just a touch more than second place. Second place after maybe a little bit irritated. She keeps popping that tail head up and everything. I told her there's a hard line between how many times should I be putting that tail head down versus just maybe a being, of course, now she has it down nice in those classes, right? Second over third place, again, just how well they moved throughout the ring together, and she had better neck carriage on her animal. And then third over fourth, Pepper was more alert to overall. I'd say they made a little bit better job between keeping track of me versus the heifer, making sure the heifer was alert to what's going on. Fourth place did a really good job as well. I told them, depending on the day, depending on the heifer's attitude, this can be flip-flop anyway. They all did a really great job, and all did a great job at setting up efficiently, so I look forward to seeing the rest of the classes. Thank you.
The show moving grades 9 and 10 in the East Ring, grade 8 in the West Ring. Winning the grade 11 showmanship, Katie Jackson of the Barron Valley Juniors. Marina Cook of the Poskin Jets. Third place is Brody Hammond of the Poskin Jets. Fourth place, Danny Worth of the Countryside. In the East Ring, grade 12, first place was Ella Moan. Second place, Deanna Cook, Oscar Jets. Third place, Dean Stolborough, William Cruisers. Fourth place, Daniel Broker, Doyle Juniors. Now, the first place winners, keep in mind, we want you to come back in for overall showman after we get done judging the individual classes. First place winners in each class will come back for the overall showman, overall carriage showman. Certainly gratifying to see such a nice ringside interest from the parents and grandparents of what the young people are doing, and for them to show off their ability and what their projects have accomplished. We've got one grandparent in here that has got a lot of years of parent experience, like these have. Lee, you're not listening. Welcome to the Barron County Fair. Grade 8 will be in the west ring over here. And right now, bring your animals in for grade 8 in the west ring. Should be 10 animals. In the east ring, we have grade 9 and 10 will be 4 animals.
grade class here in our 9th and 10th grade showmanship. And the young lady with the jersey just shows off herself. That jersey and her work well together. You can tell that they have worked and practiced a lot. This young lady just has it. She knows where you are in the grade. She does a great job setting her up. And you can tell that she's ready to come in and win that class. And I just gave her a couple pointers again, not using our BKB as much. It just made me anticipating a little bit more of the judge, but she did a fantastic job and look forward to seeing her back. And maybe a little harder here. We can switch up these places. Go ahead. Kelly with out. She, was working hard. We worked a little bit on her culture placement and her hand and just seeing how we can do that and just be a little efficient with our animal. But we know about her animal and her animal gave her a great job in her and you can tell that they work well together. And hopefully see you around here again, young lady with the jersey heifer. He is doing a great job up here. He said he's worked a lot with her with his heifer, and I can tell that. He's just doing a great job showing off his animal successful in his ability. This young man with the whole team heifer here, just, was pushing his limits a little bit. That heifer just was not thrilled to be here, and we just talked about it's okay if our animal is not maybe the best behaved, but how do we make sure that it is back in line so that the judge gets the best view? Look forward to seeing more showmanship. Let's give all of those a round of applause.
Winning the grade 9 showmanship, Caitlin Reed, section 10 4H. Brooklyn McDonald was second with the Doyle Juniors. Third was Mason Rostak, the Prairie Run FFA. Fourth was Garrett Broker of the Doyle Juniors. Coming into the East ring will be the 7th grade class. There should be 4 animals. 7th grade in the East ring.
them. First place, she was just melded really well with her members. If you watched her going around the ring, she always knew where I was at. She always knew what her heifer was up to. If her heifer got a little squirrely, she kept it cool. Reset her feet if she needed to. Just make sure she was looking best at all times. And the same goes for our second place showman. And I told him that he's going to be annoyed with me because of the seemingly little thing that they're splitting hairs for 1 and 2. The clip on the culture was flipped the other way because a little knot is going in her cheek, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but when the top half of the class is just solid women, you don't put a little thing to split the showman up, right? The second one was just a little bit more 50-50 attention between me and the heifer. And then just looking a little bit at fit job and animal appearance a little bit too. And then third over fourth, third did a better job at keeping adequate space between the railing and the heifer, leaving enough room where if I want to go around, you can go beside an animal. I can get around the animal from every side. And then fourth over fifth was kind of looking at head fears of the animal, attentiveness to me and whatnot. Everyone did a great job setting their animals up. I told the honor of half of the class, just maybe work on head fears of your animals, keeping your animals set up, putting your attention between your animal and yourself. And then we talked a little bit about holding the halter and whatnot too, trying to keep the halter and your halter strapped in your left hand so that your right hand is free if you need to throw it into your animal. You need to fix your top line, fix your tail. So all in all, really great job overall, and you're making it nice and difficult for me. So thank you.
Yeah, it's good the other group a good hand. That was a lot of superior competition here in this class. Winning first place in the grade 8, Cedar Carter Thompson from the Boston Jets. Second place, Carter Jackson, Barron County All-Stevens. Third place, Jacqueline, Barron County All-Stevens. Fourth place, Ashton Wisher, 4-H Spin. Fifth place, Addison Woodland, Boston Jets. Sixth place, Maya Johnson, Jeffy Pal. Seventh place, Easton Lee, Countryside. Eighth place, Brady Jackson, Barron County Junior All-Stevens. And ninth place, Ashton Rick, Doyle Juniors. Okay, coming into the West Ring with the grade 6, we have 5 entrants.
are contested. I love the Canadian. And Nora Burns. And I'm Twana Ruby, your 25 University Book. Today we have a lyric show. There's a goat show at 4 p.m., Little Shepherds at 5, the demo really starting at 8. Oh yes, there's a junior leaders dance at 7 to 9 tonight at the show arena. We'll be swing dancing, so everybody's having a great prayer. Come on out. Thank you.
I don't think Ella's going to be a politician. I gave her the microphone to give us some information. It's pretty brief. Thank you.
Fourth grade individuals up here for grade 7. But the only one with the jersey can go ahead and lead out, and he will be your champion here today. I told the two people on top with their jerseys that they definitely were working right? They were trying to duke it out where he wanted when he got there. I said, people in line, right? When I get in line, if someone in a bigger show might take away that spot, or just keep the show moving. He did a great job. I can tell that he worked well with his pepper. He flows with her. He was quicker than setting the beat. This young lady with the jersey yearlings did a great job as well. She just, when it came down to it, wasn't as quick on the beat. Maybe wasn't, she wasn't as working as well with that effort. A few times that effort gave her a run over her money. She was quick as soon as she came in. The young lady with the jersey on how to hold that. A couple things on switching the beat, and then young with the red pepper. Just a couple things on the holder as well. But I told all of them they're doing a great job and look forward to seeing them back to their classes. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. In the grade 7, first place, Braden Hansen from the Columbia Livewires. Second place, Alexa Anderson, Section 10 4-H Club. Third place, Ryan Meyer, Doyle Juniors. Fourth place, Daniel Eckenstead, Vermilion Cruisers. In the East Ring, we're going to combine grades 4 and 5. We would have 3 exhibitors. There will be 2 exhibitors in the East Ring in grades 4 and 5. the chain loose on that brown heifer and she'll get up.
Now, if you're looking for any bedding advice, box your gut.
We have just one more class, and then we need the overall showman to come out for the best 30 showman in the showmanship contest this afternoon. So have your animals ready so we can keep moving along.
just one or just two competitors here in our combination grades here, but the young man at the Guernsey, I think, just is a little bit more intense when they go ahead and Guernsey, bring your Scotch Rudua out. Yeah, go ahead, lead Scotch Rudua out. We just talked a little bit about paying attention to the judge. A couple times we tried to have them stop and set up, and we both were stargazing, so we just talked a little about make sure you're paying attention to the judge. How to set up for a animal, and we to make sure we both know how to do it. But if it's a great job out here, you can tell if they have worked with their staff. And look forward to seeing both of them out here for their classes. Let's get these young men around.
Grade 5, Remington Pringle was first place from the Marquette Pacemakers. Gunnar Morton was second place from the Peppy Pals. And now if grade 3 would come in so we can complete our showmanship, we have 3 entries in grade 3 coming to the East grade.
Either wanted to put the brakes on or got a little squirrely or had something happen like that. So I said, I'm not deducting points for any of that. What matters when stuff like that happens is what do you do? What do you do? Just do like you take control, so get your animal back taking, running out, trying to get moving again on that. So starting out with first place here, he was really fun with his effort. Did a good job of setting her up. First and second place both did a really good job of making sure they were the left point, but also playing it first place second place did a really good job with his paddle too, especially considering I told him she was trying to show in the other ring today. But Rob kept his cool. He still, even though she was kind of acting up a little bit, he still kept his cool with her, changed her feet when he needed to, kept mentioned the leadership, right as that. And then getting into our bottom of this class, we talked about maybe just splitting your attention a little bit more, maybe not looking off to the ground, sitting on that, out there, making sure you know where the judges at, getting your reference set up quickly, and then efficiently, maybe get pulled in the line. I said, I know it's not a little muggy up today, so maybe the numbers are tired, but just trying to get in the line efficiently and getting your animals set up as quickly as you can. And then just working on that hand courage, keeping your head up, taking what the best that they can. So, good job, everybody, and we'll see you later in class.
Winning the 6th grade class was Blake Hansen, Columbia Livewires. Grant Matheson was second for Vermilion Cruisers. Third place, Arena Eckenstead, Vermilion Cruisers. Fourth place, Adeline McDonald, Doyle Juniors. Fifth place, Liam Borden, Peppy Pals. Completing the show will be the 3rd graders over here, and then we'll immediately following with all first place showmen coming into the west ring. If you want to bring your animals up to ringside, so we keep things moving along. Then we will go into the showing of the junior exhibitors here at the fair. We're not going to take a break for noon. We'll just keep right on to complete the showing. Over here on the right behind me on the barn, there's milk and cheese curds and cookies, courtesy of the Barron County Junior Holsteins. And help yourself, whether you want to take a little break, go over there, that's all available. It's in coolers. Everyone certainly welcome to help themselves.
Three individuals up here for our third grade showmanship, and the young man with the jersey can go ahead and lead up. I told all of them we could just get a little bit better at watching the judge, keeping some space between our ankles, but the young man with the jersey, he was just ready to go straight today. He did the best when setting up his animal. He knew the most about his animal when I was asking him. I said we could all know our birthdays and our sires. Those were great things to know when talking about our animals. The young man with the hosting number, he was just a little bit quicker than the young man with the parents. He just had a little bit more control of his effort. But I was telling him we could work a little bit on making sure our ulcer is on there so that we don't lose our heifer. And the young lady did a great job. She worked hard with the strength. The strength gave her a little bit of pushiness sometimes, but she had a great attitude in her. And let's give all of these young showmen a round of applause.
Yes, give him a good round of applause. There's a lot of effort in this extremely warm weather to keep the cattle cool and comfortable. First place, Jaden Zettel, Section 10 4-H Club. Second place, Carter Purple from the Vermilion Cruisers. Third place, Eleanor Kringle from the Marquette Pacemakers. And now coming into the ring is the first place showman in each of the classes this morning.
Let's give all these showmen a round of applause. They did a great job out here. It's just pretty cool that we have both all the way from 12th grade to 3rd grade learning from each other, working hard, and hopefully those young ones down here eventually will be out here again and competing with the older kids, and that was really fun to see. Thank you for changing your animals and working with us. I know it's getting long and we're ready to get ready on the show. When we were looking out here, we were paying attention to who maybe was most fluid with their animal. The person that we chose as the winner was mostly attentive both to their new animal and to the animal that they were with. We thought they were just on the money, and we continue to see that even though we were not the judge in that ring. Looking across the ring, we were trying to pay attention to that as well. Thank you for working with us as well. Today, our young lady with the red heifer will be our advanced showman. Let's give her a round of applause. Again, just more fluid, just more attentive, but a lot of you were really intensive. So thank you so much for being out here, and we look forward to seeing what animals you bring out today.
Congratulations to Katie Jackson for being the overall showman here today. Thank you for everyone participating and coming out. We'll take a 5-minute break between the showmanship now and then moving on into the show. You're welcome to help yourself to the cookies, milk, cheese curds, all over here on the end of this show bar right behind these announcer stand.
Back in the barns, it just came to our attention that we were supposed to name a reserve overall showman as well. So they're not in the ring anymore, but we just wanted to say that the young lady with the white speckled heifer and the blue ear tags, I think Celia Thompson, you are the reserve overall showman, and we just want to congratulate you again. It was really close to putting all the showmen out there. You all could withstand a lot more competition, so congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to Celia Thompson from the Boston Jets winning reserve overall show. start the show in the West Ring, we will start with the registered Holsteins, followed by the Great Holsteins alternate. In the East Ring, we will start with the Guernseys, then the Jerseys, Melody, Shorthorn, Ayrshire, and those other breeds if there are any of those. But that will be the rotation in the East Ring. Guernsey, Jersey, Melody, Shorthorn, Ayrshire. Okay, we'll start off in the Eastern. We've got the two Jersey calves. In the Holstein ring, we will have the registered spring Holstein coming in, registered spring Holstein to the West ring. We have 9 entered. In the East ring, we have 2 Guernsey calves entered. There are 2 scratches in the Holstein class, so there will be 7 animals shown.
Two great entries here in our Guernsey spring calf. Go ahead and name in our first calf. But our first calf is just more calf. She's longer from end to end, taller at point of withers, and just has more depth and spring of rib. This calf is a heifer that really appreciates on the move and loves her side profile, taking nothing away from the second place calf. This calf blends so smoothly from neck to shoulder, shoulders to barrel, and I told the young lady that I almost appreciate her rear feet length a little bit more than the first place calf, a calf that I think has a lot of potential. Let's give these individuals a round of applause.
Winning first place in the spring Jersey calf class is Elliot Meyer from the Doyle Juniors. Second place, Elnora Klingel from the Marquette Pacemakers. Coming into the Eastern will be the Jersey spring calf class. We have 3 entered. Carter Purtle, could you bring your grade Holstein heifer calf, registered Holstein heifer calf to the ring? Carter Purtle.
Randy Hepperson here in our spring cap class for the cap that I think just puts it all together. I told young man I don't see a lot of holes in this cap, a cap that I really appreciate in a lot of ways. She's so deep in her rib, so long from end to end. I really appreciate her on her rear legs. Tracks more straightforward on her rear legs and rear from behind. Has a lot less depth to the rock than the second place cap. And the cap that just has a deeper heel. Taking nothing away from this equal cap here in second half. The cap that I told the young man I think has a lot of potential. The cap that is well grown for being among younger than the other caps in this class. And the cap that just has a little bit more advantage in the front end. I appreciate that she's wider in the chest, has more depth of forward rib, but this third place captain, you could also switch around. Tracks a little bit more straightforward on those rear beam legs in the second place cap, but would just like to give that third place cap more time. Let's give these numbers individuals a round of applause.
In the spring New Jersey cap class, winning the first blue was Braden Hansen. Second place with the red ribbon was Jaden Zettel from section 10. Third place with the red ribbon was Easton Reed of Countryside Host. Now we have a brown Swiss in the East ring.
All right, a really nice class of registered Holstein spring caps to start out our show. I told them I didn't know what to say on the mic, but I'm going to say it anyway. Look at the first place cap. She has a really impressive amount of red for it. I told him that he could probably fit a small pond right there. She's just got so much red. First over second, she's a little bit stronger in that groin. Depth and string of the red. She is a little bit wider throughout. Second over third place. A little bit more adequate depth and strength. Third place is a really tall, long, impressive cap, but maybe we're just like a little bit more weight to go along with her size. Third over fourth, she's taller, when the rib is longer from end to end, and is wider across the chest floor. Fourth and fifth are both really nice 8-figure caps, but maybe just lacking a little bit of overall substance that the other caps in the class have today. So, nice job, everybody.
In the registered Holstein spring cap, first blue goes to Raina Cook. Second blue goes to Ella Moan. Third red, Celia Carter. Fourth red, Dean Sobro. And fifth place was a white ribbon, Minor Johnson. Now coming into the west ring should be the gray Holstein spring caps.
Just one twist here in our whole brown twist show today, and however that we would really like to see more competition. The young man can go ahead and lead her out. However, they really appreciate a lot of ways. Love how long she is from end to end. The young man does a great job showing her off when she's out in the movie. I really appreciate those rear people like track so straightforward when you come behind and has a great depth of heel. If I could change her, just make her a little bit stronger in that loin. But however, that I really look forward to seeing in the future. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
Winning the blue ribbon in the spring cap brown Swiss class was Mason Rosbach of the Prairie Farm FFA. Now in the west or east ring, Blake Hansen should have a Ayrshire spring cap. Remington Gringo, do you have a spring gray cap? Remington Gringo, spring cap.
Just wanted to assure from Cap here, the Cap that I told young and I hope that she has more competition at future shows down the road. A Cap that is so great in so many ways. Go ahead and lead her out. Go ahead and lead her out. I told the young man, or asked the young man what was her favorite things about her, and we agreed that absence for her are her best qualities, and something that I agree with him on that. I also told the young man that I really appreciate just her width of her rump and her chest floor. She's wide all the way around, all the way through, and very powerful. If I could change her, maybe just fix her rear legs a little bit, but a Cap that is great in a lot of ways. Let's give him a round of applause.
Blake Hansen received the blue for his Ayrshire spring cap.
Alrighty, a nice class of full-team grid spring cows here. The captain first place wins the class pretty handily for me today. She is tall and long behind it, and she has nice strength and width across her chest floor. And she's got good depth and spring of growth as well. Okay? And it's that strongness in the loin and that strength overall that takes her over our cover in second place here today. Still a really nice effort. Just wish she maybe had a little bit more of an uphill run to compete with our first place effort and a little bit more of that spring of grip. Second over third place, she wants on a stronger, more comfortable set of pasterns. Over third, she's a little bit softer on her pasterns sometimes. Also just wish that the third place effort had a little bit more uphill run, strength, and depth of run to compete with the other two members in the class. But really nice class overall, and good fun.
Winning the spring grade heifer class was Carter Perkle of the Vermilion Cruisers. Second, blue, Gunnar Morgan of the Pippy Pals. Winning third place with the red ribbon was Liam Morgan of the Pippy Pals. Coming into the Western now should be the registered winter calf. Registered winter calf.
Go ahead. turkey winter calf class and 3 calves that all are great in their own right. But the calf here today, that winter class, is just more calf. She's taller and longer from end to end, and it has way more ribs than the second place calf. The calf that also has more spring to the top of the rib cage. I told the young man I would like to just widen her out a little bit. And this young lady is doing a great job here. The second place calf that really, when you walk in the ring, she really takes your attention. Just isn't as big as that first place calf, but a calf has more spring and more ribs than the third place calf. The third place calf is a February calf, and a calf that just needs more time to compete with those big calves. Let's give all of them a round of applause.
In the winter Jersey calf class, Ashton Wisher, first blue, second blue, Eleonora Pringle. Placing third with a red ribbon was Remington Pringle. Coming into the East ring would be the Jersey winter calves.
Just want to run down and list of some of the sponsors. It takes a lot of people to put this dairy show together. A lot of time spent by a lot of people, a lot of donations by a lot of businesses, individuals. So kind of like going to church. We like the time, talent, or treasure. So we get a little bit of that from a lot of people to make it go. But the judges' expenses, Synergy Cooperative provided that. Showmanship, cash awards and championship medallions for the Little Witches. Farm and Fleet here in town. Showmanship, cash awards, Advanced Dairy Systems on Spring Valley. Emma Anderson Memorial Overall Dairy Showmanship Trophy, sponsored by Meadow Ridge Jerseys. Sponsorship for the string cheese is Burnett Dairy Cooperative. Sponsorship for Dairy Class Awards, Sterling Bank, Chautauqua, Ellsworth Co-op Creamery, Dairy State Bank in Rice Lake here, and Image Point Dairy. And Image Point Dairy has some of their family helping in the ring with it. Sponsorship for first place Blues is ABS Global out of Chautauqua. And the sponsorship for herdsmanship cash and awards, Barron County Hosting Association. I'm going to run down a few more at a later time. So thank those sponsors for their help with the dairy show.
A very competitive class here in Jersey, Brandon. A class that I think you can sort in different ways, and I had it sorted in different ways, but then once I got them in line, I think it just settled into my placing. This first place heifer is maybe not the showiest when on the move, but a heifer when in line just holds herself together better. She's firmer in the top lane, she is a wider in the rump, and she runs more smoothly from part to part. I also would give her the advantage in the rear feet legs. Less set to the hop when viewed from the side. Taking nothing away from this dairy established individual here in second. A calf that I think just really has your attention when viewed from the side. A heifer that just maybe falls apart in the rump a little bit more. Gets her feet a little bit further back and has a little bit more slope, but is more dairy and is a longer individual for them that third place heifer. Let's give all of them a round of applause.
First blue of the Jersey Winter Calf, Deanna Cook from the Boston Jets. Second blue, Alexa Anderson, Section 10 4-H Club. Third place with the Red Ribbon, Easton Green of the Countrysiders. Now coming into the East Ring, the one animal of crossbred origin.
Alright, we've got a nice class of registered Holstein winter calves here. You'll notice I didn't start with the biggest heifer in class, but she's a heifer to me that moving from one end to the other, she blends the most smoothly throughout the shoulders and all the way back throughout her mouth. And looking at her versus the second place heifer, she tracks more straightly under her feet and legs and doesn't hop in as much when viewed from behind. Taking nothing away from the beautiful calf in second, she's got a really nice step and spring of ribs. She's really long from her hips to her pins, and it's her height and stack, or her height and length that takes her over her third place heifer. A really nice heifer as well, but what this here maybe just a little bit wider throughout the chest floor, and she gets a little bit roachy, pops her tail head up when she walks. So third over fourth, step and spring of rib. I was kind of flip-flopping fourth and fifth in my mind. You love the red on the fifth place heifer, but the fourth place heifer, she's a little bit taller. She's more level across the top. She's longer in the neck. and a little bit stronger in the loin, plus some comfort there. I absolutely love the Japanese Springer Red One 5-point heifer. That's what takes her over a 6-point heifer, who is a nice heifer as well. She's really angular. Yeah, really good class. Thank you.
When you first moved the registered winter calf class was Keely Jackson, second blue Carter Jackson, third place with the red ribbon was Addison Goodlett, fourth place with the red ribbon Jack Oden, fifth place with the white ribbon Ashton Wisher, and Maya Johnson was sixth place with the white ribbon. Coming into the west ring should be the winter grade calves.
Just one here in the crossbred show, so this will be also our junior champion and our grand champion crossbred. But I'm really tremendous individual, and I wish we had more competition. A cross that is a Jersey Holstein cross, and I told the young lady that I really admire her captain with all the way through. I told the young lady that she wants so nice from part to part. I told her if we would change her a little bit, maybe just make her a little bit stronger in the loin. But thank you for bringing this individual. Let's give crossbred junior champion round of applause.
Winning first blue in the crossbred winter calf class was Ariane Eckenstedt, and she's also the junior champion in the crossbred show. Now we'll have the fall Guernsey calf class coming into the east ring. Fall Guernsey calf class.
Just one we'll see right into her back here. I told her I really like this calf. She's tall and long from and flies really smoothly throughout. Has nice front passing. If I could change one thing, I'd maybe add a little bit more depth and spring in her just to go along with how tall and long she is, but really nice calf.
Daniel Eckenstedt was first blue with the green winter calf from the Vermilion Cruisers. Coming into the west ring round will be the registered Holstein fall calves. Registered Holstein fall calves in the west ring.
three very different numbers here in our Guernsey fall calf class. We have one full age September calf and then 2 November calves. And this first heifer just wows you when she walks in the ring. She's so dairy. She's so angular from end to end. It is that dairiness and angularity which brings her over the second place heifer. I also appreciate the first place heifer when she walks more straightforward on her rear feet and legs and has less set to the hock when we from behind. Taking nothing away from this November calf here in second, I totally understand she's very well grown and is a powerful individual and is that power and might that brings her over that third place heifer. Also November individual, I just told the young man I wish I had more calf. A calf that is so dairy and just would do well in other places as well. Let's give all three of them a round of applause.
The Guernsey fall calf class. First blue goes to Graham Matheson. Second blue to Mason Rosback from the Prairie Farm FFA. First red, placing third, was Axton Rick of the Doyle Juniors. And now coming in on the east ring, we have the fall Jersey pepper calf. Should be 2.
Two tremendous efforts up here in the Guernsey fall calf class, and I told the young ladies that we could switch them just to depend on your preference today. But 2 efforts that I think either way you would be happy to take home. The first place effort is more dairy. She is more angular over the top line, more angular over the hips and pins, and trimmer in the thigh with the second place effort. I also prefer the way the first place effort walks in her rear feet legs. much more straightforward and not stand less than the second place effort, but taking nothing away from this powerful individual here in second. Really appreciate the depth of grit on the second place effort, and the young ladies doing a great job with their heat. So let's give them a round of applause.
Winning first blue in the Jersey Pepper Fall Calf class was Caitlin Reedy, Section 10 4-H Club. Second blue, Rihanna Cook from the Boston Jets. Now coming into the East Ring will be Summer Yearling Jersey. Summer Yearling Jersey, there should be 4 exhibitors.
today, the heifer that puts it all together and I think is the most complete is this heifer that leads up first. Heifer that blends nicest from part to part, is fuller in the crops, stronger in the loin, and is more nearly level from hips to pins. I also appreciate the way she tracks more straightforward on her rear legs and hops in less when viewed from behind than the ultra dairy heifer rear in second. The second place heifer gives you a great look from the side. She's so dairy, so angular, has a great depth of rib, just would like to change those rear feet and legs. Let's give these individuals a round of applause.
Winning first blue in the summer yearling, Jersey summer yearling for Leanna Cook and Austin Jets. Second blue, Caitlin Reedy, section 10. Now coming into the East Spring should be a Guernsey spring yearling.
All right, really nice class of registered Holstein Callcats here. First place starting out, I don't know if in the stands you can see this heifer from the rear view, but when they all move in the arena, there's a lot of really nice heifers in here, but when I saw this heifer from behind, I was like, that's my first place heifer. She's so strong and wide throughout. She's the type of heifer you look at and think like that will make a really great cow that I need more of in the future. Really appreciate her depth and spring of rib, and she places over second because she toes out less than her front feet. When you from the front, she hops in a little bit less than her rear feet, and when you from behind, and she's a little bit longer, and knees are in the neck, making her a little bit more dairy. They're a beautiful heifer in second. Heifer in second, the level of red, the depth and spring of it. She's really nice and hard across the top line. It's still a strong heifer in the moment, but she places over third with that depth and spring of rib. Height up the weathers, length her like that ends. Third place is over fourth. She just holds herself together a little bit more as the class goes on. She's stronger in that loin. Has a little bit more spring of rib. And then fourth place is a nice heifer as well, a little bit more angular than our big, strong heifer coming in fifth. Fifth place has great size and strength for a fall cap, and she is set to get over her last place angular heifer coming in sixth. Congratulations.
On the registered winner cap, first blue went to Cheyenne Hammond, Austin Jets. Second blue, Carter Jackson, Barron County Junior Holsteins. First red, placing third was Addison Goodlet, Austin Jets. Fourth was Ashton Wisher from 4-H Spin. Placing fifth with the white ribbon was Celia Carter, Austin Jets. And placing sixth was Maya Johnson with the white ribbon, Peppy Pals.
I'll just run down some more sponsors here. Sponsorship for the reserve champion medallions are Compeer Financial. The Dairy Show Halters for the Barron County Holstein Association. The exhibitor back tags that are sitting next to me here. Bob Lentz. Sponsorship for first bred known by junior exhibitor Barron Veterinary Clinic in South Bar Holstein. Sponsorship for overall junior champion of the junior show, Indian Head Holsteins. Sponsorship for champion bred known Holstein by junior exhibitor, Friesel Holsteins. Best Art Awards for Guernsey, Jersey, and Holstein, Meadow Ridge, Jersey, the Reedy family. Sponsorship of Barron County's highest quality milk award, the Roski families, and sponsorship for Grand Champion, Reserve Champion, Brave Holsteins. And this is memory of Brave Lemmer and David Brill. They're both members of the Countryside 4-H Club. That is sponsored by Grays and Acres, the Roski families. Sponsorship for Supreme Champion Award is the Barron County Holstein Association.
Just want to bring the yearling here today. I really wish I had more competition. I hope young men, she is so long from end to end, really along the neck and long in the rump structure. Really appreciated her width of chest and how powerful maybe this effort is. I hope the young man would like to maybe change her, maybe gear her up a little bit, but let's give him a round of applause.
Winning first blue in the spring yearling jersey class was Mason Rostat of the Prairie Farm FFA. Now in the East Ring, we need a spring yearling jersey.
All right, we've got two great Holstein fall passes right here. One October heifer and one November heifer. So the October heifer is our first good heifer. She's just a little bit taller, longer from end to end, tracks a little bit straighter on those rear feet and legs, and has a little bit more width across the chest floor. Stays a little bit more uphill at the front of brothers. Taking nothing away from the nice black heifer in a second, who's a nice strong heifer in her own right, but just like to see her walk a little bit more uphill and have a little bit more depth and spring up right because it's not a nice class. But congratulations.
Grade Holstein heifer calf. First blue went to Garrett Broker of the Doyle Juniors. Second blue went to Adeline McDonald of the Doyle Juniors. Now coming into the West Ring would be the summer yearling registered Holstein. Summer yearling.
Just one heifer here in the early spring yearling class, and a heifer that really needs some competition. She is awesome. If you are not looking at her, let's turn your attention to this ring. A heifer that I told the young lady I don't see a lot of faults in. She runs so nice from part to part. Is really appreciate the spring to the top of the rib cage and the depth of rib, and a tremendous set of feet and legs to match. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Winning the blue ribbon for the spring yearling jersey class is Caitlin Reeve of Section 10 4-H.
Both of you go a half length ahead because you're on a hill. That helps.
We registered hosting some yearlings in this room here, and I told them, depending on the judgment day, you can potentially flip-flop in places depending on your preferences. I started out with the first place heifer over the second place heifer. She is a little bit longer and leaner in the neck. She has some slope from hips to pins, and she's got more width between her front and her gateway hooves behind. Taking nothing away from her nice black second place heifer here. We appreciate her depth and spring of rib. I just wish she was a little bit longer to get across or get ahead of that heifer first. There is that depth and spring of rib that takes second over third, but taking nothing away from the tall and long heifer that finish up the class here. Congratulations. Two tremendous efforts here in the Derby one yearling class, and two efforts that I think, again, can switch around, but the heifer that I want to today go ahead and lead is the heifer that holds herself best together. She's especially stronger in the loin and fuller in the crops than the second place heifer. I also really appreciate the first place heifer, the blending of parts in the rump structure, taking nothing away from the second place deep body heifer, a heifer that really gives you a lot of good looks, but sometimes can give you a part where she falls apart. But two tremendous heifers. Let's give them a round of applause.
In the Holstein ring, we will have the winter or spring yearling animals. We should have 2 or 3. There'll be 2 in this class. The class on the east part of the arena that we just completed with the winter Jersey yearling. First blue went to Alexa Anderson, section 10. Second blue went to Brody Hammond, the Boston Jets. And now in the east ring will be the fall yearling air show.
Just one fall yearling here in the Jersey ring, and a heifer that you would really admire in a lot of ways as well. A heifer that is so straightforward. He just fell straight over the top line and walks with an uphill run. A heifer that you really admire her running the pork as well is tight at the point of elbow and strong in the cross. If I would totally that if I would change her up a little bit, maybe change the depth of field in the rear legs, but just a nitpicky thing. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Okay, winning the first blue and this is the air shirt fall yearling coming in now. We have just the one in.
All right, we've got 2 registered Holstein spring yearlings in the ring right now. First place over second place, she's a little stronger and straighter across that top line, runs more smoothly from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel. Shoulder a little bit less on her front feet, and you just really appreciate how well she blends together and whatnot. But taking nothing away from our second place effort, it was a nice, strong heifer on her own way, but maybe we would just like to have her carry a little bit less condition and a little more width between the front feet to get her higher in this class. But congratulations.
registered Holstein spring yearlings. First blue goes to Daniel Orr, and then the second place red ribbon was Jack Oden from the Barron County Junior Holsteins. And now in the West Ring we'll have the winter yearling registered Holsteins. In the East Ring we have the fall yearling Ayrshire. And following this, then we will have the junior champion starting with the first place Guernsey in each of the classes. So have them on deck if we can keep moving along. First place Guernsey is going to come in the ring after this Ayrshire.
Just one Ayrshire fall yearling, you're going to have to let you really see some competition with her. However, that is so powerful. Go ahead, young man, you can lead her out. And this young man does a great job keeping her, looking her best in the ring. Starting in the front end, she's so wide in the front end. He carries that whip back into a bolus from her cage. The young man's favorite part about her is her spring and ribbon. I agree. I also really appreciate the whip to the rump structure and then make the tail head setting. And so the young man have a ginger to make her a touch bit inferior, but really make a wonderful heifer. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
First blue with fall yearling Ayrshire is Braden Hansen. Will the first place Guernsey heifers come into the ring for junior champion? Okay, as long as we get the Ayrshire in here, we'll do the junior champion Ayrshire in this class.
All right, let's turn our attention to the Ayrshire ring. We just have two individuals out here in contention for the Ayrshire junior champion. Our first place spring calf and our first place fall yearling. Both heifers cut from this old same mold. Heifers that have loose from rib cages, blending of great parts and tremendous speed to match. Thinking about heifers that can move on to more competition, I think both of these are those heifers. Today, the heifer that I think just a little bit dirtier, a little bit more tremendous in her ribcage will be that spring cap, and she'll be our junior champion. Taking nothing away from this fall yearling, I'm happy that I think has a lot of potential, and I'd love to see a butter on her. She's maybe a little bit more conditioned today, but I'm happy that I really appreciate it in a lot of ways, and is a tremendous reserve champion. Let's give these two individuals a round of applause.
Winning junior champion of the Airshoe Show was Blake Hansen with his spring calf, and reserve was Braden Hansen with his fall yearling.
class of registered Holstein Victory Yearlings here. I started out with the first place heifer. I told this person that when she comes to the ring, she kind of just commands her attention. She's so big, she's so long from end to end, all the pointy weathers. She has really nice clean lines. Besides that, she's angular and whatnot. Carrying a little bit less condition than our heifer in second, but really nice heifer overall. Our second place heifer, I told them I really love a lot, so I'd like to see her finish calves and she comes to now. But today she's a little bit higher than our first place heifer, carrying a little bit more condition overall, and it's kind of the blending from shoulder to barrel and kind of throughout the neck that takes our first place heifer right there. Second over third for the depth and spring and variable strength throughout. It's what the leads, and then second place just has a little bit more for winter yearling. Third place is a really nice heifer as well. I appreciate her angularity, but just wish she had a little bit more depth in spring and variable to get second place. Third over fourth is a little bit taller from the weathers, longer from the neck. Has a little bit less sex for a boss that she moves throughout the ring, but a nice heifer in fourth place as well, just nice and strong. So, congratulations.
In the registered Holstein winter yearling class, first blue went to Keely Jackson, Barron County Junior Holsteins. Second blue, Brody Hammond, Austin Jets. First red and placing third was Brady Jackson, Barron County Junior Holsteins. And second red in fourth place, Jack Oden, Barron County Junior Holsteins. Now in the west ring we have one fall yearling registered Holstein. In the East Ring, we are determining the junior champion of the Guernsey Show.
Alright, let's turn our attention to the Guernsey Junior Champions. Tremendous Guernsey show here today, even with small lovers who have great quality here today. And the heifers that I pulled out are 4 heifers that I think are all heifers that could stand more competition and can do well at the next level. We have our first place spring calf, our first place December calf, and then our first and second place fall calves up here. Heifers that I think are all tremendous in their depth of rib, great feet and legs, and blending of parts. Heifers that I think give you different looks. And still thinking about that. I'm going to go out and shake the hands of my junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention, and then I'll come back and give you some official. Especially out here standing next to each other, the winter calf just puts it all together. However, that just pulls herself together better, keeps her legs a little bit further underneath her, and then has more width to the front end. This fall calf is a heifer that I haven't done on my mind. Just a heifer that maybe doesn't want to show herself off as such today, but a heifer that I think has a lot of potential. And then honorable mention to the spring calf, a heifer that I think can go on and do some competition and look forward to see how she develops in the future. Let's give all of these Guernsey participants a round of applause.
Junior champion of the Guernsey show was Ashton Wisher. Reserve Grant Matheson. In an honorable mention was Elliot Meyer.
Just one registered Holstein fall yearling in the ring here, and I felt it was a shame because I think this hunter could definitely withstand more competition. But I really appreciate how well she's been performing, whether it's how long she's run ahead. She's a nice angular upper, but not too angular for a fall yearling, which should be bred and due to have a calf at some point, right? But really like this heifer, and like all she won from everything, so congratulations.
Winning first place in the registered fall yearling was Carter Jackson of the Barron County Junior Holsteins. And now we have a fall yearling grade Holstein. Following that, they will be the champion of each breed. Champion or first place registered Holstein is come in following this class. Following this class will be the grade champion of the Holstein breed. Grade Holstein champion following this second place.
We have one grade Holstein in the ring right now who's doing that something anonymous. So she's really nice and quiet girl. I told her that I think she's got a really good foundation to do the cows, how much width and strength she has. So congratulations and nice effort.
Brooklyn McDonald had the first place grade Pepper Fall yearling. She is from the Doyle Juniors. Now at the grade first place exhibitors will bring their animals into the ring for the junior champion. Bring your first place grade heifers into the ring for the grade junior champion.
I'll mention a few more sponsors here. Reserve Champion Award is sponsored by Barron County Holstein Association. Sponsorship for Sunday's Dairy Judging Awards that we handed out is the Russ Rinsing family. And Russ is here helping us today in the stand. Sunday's Horsemanship Awards is sponsored by Compeer Financial. And additional sponsors are Leadstone, they're on the nominee, and Bill's Dairy Supply out of Baldwin. Then we have, which probably takes the most amount of funding and volunteer effort, along with the fair, is the state fair. So I'd like to thank Hoskin Feed Store for beef pulp, lime and bedding, and feed supplies. Cash donations were made by the Minnesota DHIA, Bill's Dairy Supply, and Burnett Dairy. Transportation was provided by Indian Head Poultry at Zach and Luke Shaw, and Indian Head Holsteins are providing the hay for the state fair. Trucking, the Jackson family. Trucking and Bailage, Reedy family. Trucking, Dean and Leslie Frizo. Fans and show supplies are the Hammond family, and straw bedding with Dan and Amy Keene. And we've never got the opportunity to go to State Fair and see Barron County represented. I mean, it is quite the deal. You go down there and the barns are just impeccably clean. Kids behave themselves, represent Barron County very well down there, and our cattle year in and year out do extremely well. So we could not do it with the sponsors. And today's show, my wife and I would like to thank everybody that has volunteered their time and helped us out. It's you don't know the undertaking that you got yourself into until you're standing up here. So you can't do it alone. Just appreciate the heck out of everybody that helps. We have a few glitches in the show. That's going to happen every year. Unfortunately, we do try to discuss that at our dairy committee meetings, and we try to have the show go smoothly year in and year out, but every year something comes up. Try to deal with it on the fly, and sorry for any inconveniences, but the show will go on. It's a hot day. The cows are bagged up, so we're going to keep it rolling. So thank you for sticking around. All right, I was corrected. Ag Risk out of Barron is responsible for the trucking. I think these other people provide trucks and trailers. I think Ag Risk give you the money. I don't know. I should ask my kid who works.
All right, let's give all of our great Holstein exhibitors a round of applause. So we had a nice quality grade show today. I've got the spring calf below, the winter calf, and then our one fall yearling. So I'm going to go ahead and congratulate them in the order of grand, reserve, and honorable mention, and then I'll come back and talk about it a little bit. I started with our spring calf as our overall grade calf champion. maybe a little unconventional because Spring Cup as the overall grade champion, but I really appreciate this past week the learning for depth and speed of red. And it's that adequate amount of depth of red that gets over our winter captains and reserve today. Love how tall and long this winter cap is. Just wish compared to the spring cap, she had a little bit more rip, but taking nothing away from her, she's a beautiful backer in her own right. I called out the Foley early for honorable mention. As we said, she's due to CAP soon, so she's carrying a little bit of that extra condition, but she's really nice, correct, square, you know, I think she's going to make a good cow, so congratulations to everybody, and I hope you come back next year.
Alright, in the jersey ring here today, tremendous jersey show, taking nothing away from those peppers that are on the line, and a lot of them could be out here. I could have 8 pulled up for my junior champion, so just want to make sure that you all know that you did a great job taking them to the ring. Maybe a little unconventional in my take here, but peppers that I think are keeping themselves together the best. They have the best deep lengths, they have the blending of parts. There are tremendous peppers out there, but I think today they look the best, and I've seen them look the best throughout the day. I have my first place fall cap, my first place summer yearling, and my first place spring yearling, and my first place winter yearling out here. I'm going to go out and shake the hands of my junior champion, reserve an honorable mention, and then come back and give you some explanation. This spring yearling, when she walked in the ring, she was just my heifer. A heifer that I think just wows you. A heifer that I think has a lot of potential to go further, and a heifer that just puts it all together for me. Pulling tightly in the pattern is that fall calf, a calf that I really admire in a lot of ways, and there were 2 tremendous fall calves, and one that made me work to find her, but a heifer that I continue to think about. And then that winter yearling follows that pattern. Lighter parts, long body. Let's give all of the jerseys a very round of applause.
Just back to the Dave Holstein, the grand champion of the junior show was Carter Perkle. Reserve, Daniel Eckenstead. Honorable mention was Brooklyn McDonald. show, the grand champion was the senior yearling of Caitlin Reedy. The fall calf was reserve of Caitlin Reedy. And honorable mention was Lexi Anderson. Registered All-Steams, could you bring your first and second animals into the ring? Registered All-Steams on Little West Ring.
Just one Jersey junior 2-year-old over here in the colored breed ring to start out the milking cows, and a cow that I wish had more competition. A cow that I asked the young man what was his favorite part, and he said the udder, and I agree. She has a tremendous udder that is high and wide. Go ahead, you can lead her out too so other people can see it. Love the bloom capacity all the way through of this udder. Also a cow that is really open in her rib cage. You really appreciate the way she tracks her udder and ribs and legs. Till the young man ever change her, just make her a little bit stronger in the loin, but a tremendous cow. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
Winning the first blue in the junior 2-year-old Jersey cow class was Van Matheson the Vermilion Cruisers.
Alrighty, we've got the 5 heifers pulled out for the grand champion of the Holstein Registered Heifer Show today. Can we have a round of applause for the quality? Is this a county fair or district show? I'm really happy with all the heifers that came back in the ring for our championship round, and especially with the 5 that I pulled out. I'm going to go congratulate your grand, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. I started off with the registered Holstein Fall Calf for your overall registered Holstein Calf champion today. This is one of those efforts that when I saw her in the ring, I just couldn't get her out of my mind for the rest of the show. I just love how she puts everything together, how she tracks on her feet and legs. She's got so much good depth, spring and print. She really is an ideal heifer for me. Just a really nice calf overall. The winter calf I put in second. When she came up for showmanship, I thought I'm really excited to see that heifer later on in the day. I love how she blends all the parts together. Her feet and legs. She has adequate rib and just a really nice heifer calf overall. And then her winter yearling for honorable mention, a really nice yearling as well. She's got the height, the length, and she's got great depth and spring and rib. Brings a tiny bit of a loin, which is maybe what put her behind our grand and reserve, but a really nice effort. All right. Congratulations, everybody. They're an outstanding quality today.
Winning junior champion of the Registered Holstein Junior Show was our fall calf by Cheyenne Hammond. Reserve, Kaylee Jackson with her winter calf, and honorable mention, Kaylee Jackson with her winter yearling. And a big thank you to the judge recognizing the strong Holstein show that we have in Barron County. A nice compliment. Now we'll have the junior 2-year-old milking animals in the West Ring. In the jersey ring, the senior 2-year-old received the first blue was Caitlin Reedy. In our Holstein ring, we have Noah Junior 2-year-old. Also, we got 2 senior Holstein 2-year-olds. Bring them to the ring now. 2 senior Holstein 2-year-olds.
Going back to the Jersey senior 2-year-old who's still there, let's give her attention to her. A wonderful cowboy, gorgeous young lady. She's so very, you can tell she's working hard. She's been in since January, but you can't tell that. Really admire the width to the rear and the movement capacity all the way through. And her walks are on tremendous at a decent length, good depth of feeling and strength of pasterns. Maybe she'd like to shorten her front teeth a touch, but a tremendous cow. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Winning the first blue was the senior 2-year-old jersey shown by Caitlin Reedy of the Section 10 4-H Club. Now coming into the East ring will be our 3-year-old jersey.
Alright, it's not in the program, but red and old class will be after Club Herd. So we'll do the registered red and old and then we'll do the overall red and old class. So 2 separate classes.
Bring your Holstein 2-year-old registered Holsteins in. Senior 2-year-olds.
One Guernsey 3-year-old here in the Guernsey ring, and the old Guernsey that we'll see today. But let's give this young man a round of applause for having the grand champion Guernsey. She will also be our best Guernsey cow as well. Young man, go ahead and lead her up. A cow that I said is so long from end to end, once moving from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, and it's so powerful in the front end. Really appreciate all the udder. We weren't sure exactly how many calves or which calf, but a cow that is looking tremendous today, has tremendous bloom to the rear quarters and to the forequarters as well. Let's give him a round of applause again.
Okay, winning the senior champion jersey was Ashton Wisher with his 3-year-old cow. Now coming into the ring is a 3-year-old jersey.
one cow ran and drew a 3-year-old cow, but a cow that's really admired in a lot of ways. First, she has a smoking udder. If you just pay attention as you turn it, she turns around, high, wide river that's just welded on, tremendous moving capacity all the way through. It's legitimately also, I love the rear view, as to its tremendous depth and width of chest, and carries that back into a fully swollen rib cage, and also walks out a tremendous set of feet in length. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
First place 32-year-old was Alexa Anderson from the Section 10 4-H Club. Now we have the 4-year-old Jersey cows coming into the ring.
All right, we've got two Holstein senior 2-year-olds in the ring here, and I think depending on the judge, you could potentially flip-flop them either way. The first place cow ultimately placed over the second place cow because of she has less reverse tilt to the outer floor, and I like her teeth size and placement and shape better. The second cow, her teeth are creeping up her quarters, and she has quite a bit of reverse tilt to her udder. But first place cow is a little bit stronger in her loin, lower on the fins. Taking nothing away from the strong, powerful cow with the nice capacious udder in second, but both do really nice jobs. Congratulations.
Winning the senior 2-year-old cow was Cheyenne Hammond. First blue from the Boston Jets. Second blue went to Elmo from the Boston Jets. Now coming into the West ring should be a grade Holstein 2-year-old cow.
Holstein 2-year-old in the ring here. She's the only one in her class, but I told her season I appreciate her width and strength throughout. She's wide between the hips and pins, and she tracks things straightly on her rear feet and legs. She's got a lot of capacity to rudder. Congratulations, Miss Brown.
Winning first blue for 2-year-old Great Holstein was Daniel Roper of the Doyle Juniors. Now we have a 3-year-old registered Holstein cow.
I'm going to agree with Krista. If you want to see good cows, let's turn our attention. And I said, oh, this is a local show for sure. But 2 cows here at the top are just 2 cows that you will flip-flop. But today, once they got behind the first place cow, it sealed the deal for me. This cow has a tremendous udder. And I say that because she has a higher in the rear attachment or bloom to the top of the rear corners. And it's a little bit more advantageous stage of lactation. This first cow is 30 days fresh versus the second cow is 2 weeks fresh, and you can just tell it a little bit more on the forward attachment. I also give the advantage of first place cow with more spring to the top of the rib cage and more depth of forward rib, but taking nothing away with this stylish cow here in second. This stylish cow here in second gave me a great look on the side view. She's ultra berry, ultra angular, and just I think needs a little bit more time, but it's a tremendous cow. And it is that angularity and blue to the top of the river, to the udder that brings her over the third place cow. I told the young man that he is a tremendous cow and he should be proud of her. Let's give all 3 of them a round of applause.
The 4-year-old jerseys cow class. First blue went to Alexa Anderson, section 10 4-H club. Second blue, Caitlin Reedy, section 10 4-H club. First red and placing third in the class was Romy Hammond from the Boston Jets. So we have the first and second place in the milking classes come into the Jersey ring for the Jersey Senior Champion. The Holstein ring, we are waiting for the 4-year-old registered Holsteins. You have 2 in the class.
All right, we've got two Holstein 4-year-olds in the ring, two good cows in the middle, and two, I think, different types of cows. So our first cow pushes over the second cow mainly for her udder. She has a higher body odor attachment. She's got a more correct teeth size. It has a more youthful udder for being a 4-year-old, carrying higher above the hop. She's a little bit more angular throughout, has more correct slope and hips defense. Taking nothing away from our second place 4-year-old, who's a big, powerful cow, really tall for playing legs. So we just don't have quite as youthful an udder today to place above our first place cow.
4-year-old registered Holstein. First blue went to Rihanna Cook, Austin Jet. Second blue went to Dane Scoville, Vermilion Cruisers. Now in the Holstein ring, we should have two 4-year-old great Holstein cows coming in.
Let's give all of these jersey exhibitors a round of applause. These are all tremendous milking cows that I know probably work just as hard in the barn as they do when they're showing out here. We have our first place 2-year-old, junior 2-year-old, first place senior 2-year-old, first place 3-year-old, and our first and second place 4-year-olds up here. Cows that are all tremendously well uddered, angular, with great ankle legs. So I'm going to go out and shake the hand of my senior champion, reserve, and honorable mention and give you some results. When looking at it from this view, I think that is the best way for you to decide who is the cow to win. And then it's that really competitive class that came out of there, but that 4-year-old cow that's had 3 calves puts it all together today, and she will always be my best uddered cow as well. A cow that when you get behind her, the width, the depth, and of course that rear udder attachment that just wows you. Following in a tight pattern is that 3-year-old cow, a cow that is also well uddered, has tremendous rib. And then following in that pattern is that senior 2-year-old cow that I think has a lot of potential in the future, and taking nothing away from those other cows throughout out here today. So let's give all of our jersey senior champions a round of applause.
Winning champion Jersey cow was Alexa Anderson with a 4-year-old cow. Third place, reserve champion was Alexa Anderson with her 3-year-old cow. And honorable mention with the senior 2-year-old Caitlin Reedy.
right, we've got two great Holstein 4-year-olds in the ring here. First place over second place, mainly for her advantage in the udder. She's a little bit higher in my rear udder attachment, she's a little bit fuller in her rear quarters. Her teeth take a little more plump to the ground instead of the second place cow's pointing ahead just a little bit and viewed from the side. And she's a little bit more level in the udder floor. She's more angular throughout overall and taking nothing away from the nice strong cow with a nice capacious udder and second place. But two nice great 4-year-olds. Congratulations.
All right, here, brought the Tucker Hill for Grand Champion jersey. Let's give all of these jerseys a round of applause again. Taking nothing away from the heifers, but these cows have tremendous udders, and so the senior champions will be your overall Grand Champion jerseys as well. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Grand champion jerseys was Alexa Anderson and Renee Cook with reserve. Back to the Holstein ring, the 4-year-old great cows that were just showing. First blue went to Garrett Roker, second blue went to Daniel Roker. Now we have the senior champion great cows in the ring.
grade Holstein cow exhibitors. So we've got our winning 2-year-old out here, and then our first and second place 4-year-old out here as well. So I'll go out and congratulate your grand, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. Our winning 4-year-old cow will be your grade Holstein grade champion today. I appreciate how full she is in the rear udder. She's a little bit wider and fuller in those rear quarters than her 2-year-old cow. Taking nothing away from the 2-year-old cow, she's nice and tall, long, strong in her loin. But I appreciate the 4-year-old's quality of udder. Congratulations, the next cows. All right, in the color grade band, we're going to be doing the Jersey best 3 females. Congratulations to the girls for bringing up 3 tremendous individuals on your own right. That's a lot of work in general. And then to have 2 quality groups. Today, the group that is going to be the one is my grand champion cow. And then second place to the group right here. So let's give both of them a tremendous round of applause.
Okay, the grand champion breed 4-year-old cow was owned by Garrett Broker, and reserve was the 2-year-old owned by Daniel Broker. And winning the best 3 Jersey females was the group headed by Alexa Anderson, and the second place was a redeemer. I'm sure it was just a redeemer was under Caitlin Reed. In the West Ring, we will have the senior, or grand champion of the Great Holsteins. East Ring, we will have the grand champion Guernsey determined.
All right, congratulations to all the great exhibitors today. We've got our champion in reserve cow and our champion in reserve calves in the ring. I'm just going to get on the mic and talk about it, and then I'll shake hands with the winners. But I think we're going to stick with the pair of cows today for your overall champion. So our black 4-year-old will be your overall grade champion, and then the red cow will be your reserve. Taking nothing away from the calves, but they'll, I'm sure, mature into nice cows in their own right. But today we're going to stick with the cows. So congratulations.
Derek Roper wins the grand, and Daniel the reserve. Now we'll have the registered Holstein senior cows come in.
Okay, we're touching back to the color green ring. We're going to have the Grand Champion Guernsey, and we are going to see the senior champion. Had a calf and has a tremendous letter on there, but I really appreciate the champion and look forward to seeing her a future shows. I think she has a great piece of landscape, both kids who did really well.
Winning the Grand and Reserve of the Guernsey Show was Ashton Wisher.
Alrighty, can we have a round of applause for our registered Holstein cow exhibitors, please? there's a lot of work getting cows up for the fair, especially when it's hot, and the cows maybe would rather be back in the barn or at home, but all four of these people are doing a really good job with their cows out here. So, we've got the 2 2-year-olds and the 2 4-year-olds out here, and although it's a small registered show, I really appreciate the quality throughout. I think anyone could be happy going to the county fair and you're going to see 4 cows as we 4 cows to see. So, I'll go out and say that they've done all morning, I'll go to grand reserve and then honorable mention. So. Our grand hosting registered company is going to be our winning 4-year-old. When she came in the ring, I just loved her angularity throughout, her straightness of lines, and not to mention her amazing utterance for making the feature that really stuck out with me. She's got a really wide rear end attachment, nice big legs, good seat placement, a strong forward attachment. I'm really happy to make her our grand champion today. Reserve is your winning 2-year-old. Again, has a really nice udder. Strong rear udder attachment and fore udder attachment is really strong and straight across the top line. And nothing taken away from our second place 2-year-old, who is our honorable mention. I talked about the others in class a little bit more, and then a really strong and dairy cow coming up in our fourth place spot as well. But congratulations to really nice set of registered hosting cows.
Grand champion of the registered hosting show is Leanna Cook from the Boston Jets. Reserve Cheyenne Hammond for their 2-year-old from the Boston Jets. Honorable mention Emma Moen from the Boston Jets. Okay, now we will have the grand and reserve of each class for the Supreme Champion. We've got to have the grand champion hosting of the registered, this senior, the junior champion and then the senior champion. For the registered hosting, grand and reserve senior, grand and reserve junior champion.
So we've got our training reserve of both the cow and the heifer show up here, and I'm super happy with the last four that we ended up with in the ring. I think we've had really high quality overall the Holstein shows today. And with that, seeing this is great, I think I'm going to stick with our two cow champions for your training reserve, and then our fall cap will be your honorable mention. So congratulations everybody, and thanks for bringing your cattle to the fair and keeping the dairy show going. I think it's great to see so many quality animals out here. So.
Grand for the Holstein show was Brianna Cook, and reserve was Cheyenne Hammond from the Boston Jets. Super Eagle champion will be determined now. Grand and reserve of each class, so you bring your animals to the ring. For the reserve.
Let's give all of these jury exhibitors one final round of applause. This county fair is new to me, but I have enjoyed my time here, and I can say that Crystal probably has too as well. This has been fun, being on the same judging team, and college friends. We got to drive up here today and talk about our game plan and all the things that you're going to see. And she talked highly of your show from last year, and the quality has not disappointed. Thank you all for bringing out such quality animals, and love that there are so many breeds here today. Chris is going to go out and shake the hands of the Supreme and the Reserve, and then I'll give some explanations on the mic afterwards. There were a lot of great individuals up here, but when we both looked at them, we thought these two sort of did their way to the top. And with that milky appearance and that depth of birth that brings that jersey over that whole team. Two powerful individuals that we think can go on and do great things in a larger competition. And thank you all for having us, and look forward to seeing your animals in the future.
Winning the Supreme banner for the Barron County Fair was Alexa Anderson with her Jersey cow. Reserve Supreme champion was Rihanna Cook, with her Holstein cow. We will now have the Supreme Heifer Championship. It will be the first and second place heifer of each breed. Just the first. Yeah. The first place heifer of each breed. First place heifer of each breed come out for Supreme Heifer of the Barron County Fair. Bring your first place heifers to the ring. The first place Junior champion. Junior champion heifer of each breed is what we're looking for. Bring a junior champion heifer of each breed. This class coming into the ring now is for the Supreme Champion of the Junior Show. Supreme Champion heifer of the Junior Show.
bread and butter is tremendous heifers all the way down. I would take all of these heifers home, so I don't have a trailer here, you can bring them to me if you want. Thank you all for continuing to work hard and continuing to show these animals up. I know it's been a long day, but you all are continuing to show up, and your members show that. When we were talking, there are a few that sort of themselves to the top here today. But when we think about maybe the best animal that kept herself together until now, and especially since some of us didn't see all of these animals until this moment, I think the animal that sticks out the most is what Chris is going to go out and shake the hands of, and then I'll talk about it later. These two members down here are quite a pair. Krista was gushing on that tall calf across the way, and I had a glimpse of her earlier, and I think that she was right to really love that heifer. I think there is not a hole in that heifer, and tremendous feet and legs. And I think that Guernsey Falls have patterned really well. This is a winter calf that I think can go on into a lot of competition, and a heifer that has followed in that pattern well today. Thank you all for bringing your members up here today. I think we still have a few classes, so bear with us as we work through those. But thank you again for hosting us, and congratulations to the Supreme Union champions.
Winning the Supreme Heifer class was the Hammond family, and the Guernsey was won by Austin Wisher with his fall calf. Any three best females entry? At this time, any club herds that want to exhibit. If you have a club herd, bring that out at this time. If you'd like to be in the competition of bread and own, bring it to the ring. Otherwise, it will be determined by its placement during the show today. The best bread known would be
We forgot to announce the best Holstein under overall before, so that goes to our grand champion Holstein Southeast. That's a little formality, but congratulations.
And that honor would go to Rihanna Cook with her milking Holstein cow. exhibiting out here now in the arena is club birds. We have 2 of those present. If someone wants to participate in overall bred and owned, bring your animal to the ring. They're lining up on the west side, but out here in the middle of the arena are the 2 club herds.
Club group. Thank you all for working together and bringing your animals out here today. Great. Our first group will be this group over here on the left. Just a little bit more cohesive, a little bit better animals here today, and then our second place will be this group on the right. Thank you all for bringing your animals. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Let's see, first club herds, I believe it's the Marquette pacemakers. And second would be the Peppy Pals. And now we're looking at the best bred and owned animals shown at the Barron County Fair. The best bred and owned. Best 3 females.
we've just got one group of best 3 females out here, and this group of cattle from our grade Holstein show today. So there's quality throughout and whatnot, so congratulations, and thank you for bringing a best 3 group up. Thank you.
Best 3 females was presented by Dan Scoville. The class in the ring now is going to be for any breed, bred and owned.
All right, we have 5 fantastic animals out here in contention for any breed, bred and owned. We have our reserve cream champion Holstein down here, winter calf Holstein, 2 Jersey heifers, and then our Jersey Eugene. Yeah, awesome. Today our any breed, bred and owned will be this Holstein cow down here. Fantastic that she has survived the test of time and looks fantastic. And our reserve champion will be that Jersey junior champion over there. We will also make our Holstein bred and owned. So let's give all of those 5 individuals a round of applause.
Let's give the judges a round of applause. This has been an endurance situation with the heat we've had. We certainly appreciate it. Not knowing that the University of Minnesota could turn out such fine individuals to be able to judge for us. That's all right, Dane. We'll overlook that. Winning the best bred and owned is Brianna Cook with her cow. And then Ella Mullen with her senior calf. Katie Reedy was second, excuse me. Thank everyone for coming out, and thanks for all the help Mark Pittens or Tony Pittens and his wife to and not being dairymen. You've done just an amazing job to try to keep this show moving along. Thank you.
Your birthday? Last year, Boston, or Sire, so like this big city, like Triple H Boston, and then like Gold Win. I have no idea what that is. And then like there is like free, like what character, what they were. Like I like how she is like this pretty like red, and then if I say anything about her, I'm like no. At the same time, I don't want to be a dick. It's a random one. Yeah. And if it doesn't, it's pushing it backwards. Yeah, full throw. They're not blocking. That makes it flat. Yeah, that's it. We got that. Well, yeah, actually, both are the names of elementary school.
Greetings. Where's your mama? Where's your mama? One mama. This year. Good last year. Maybe I didn't know. Turn. That'd sure be nice.
I wonder if last night they had to go up there and
Oh no. Figure it all.
maybe find out about that before.
There's a request for some fans on the floor. That's another that's a good question because yeah, your book says that the llamas were killed in a tree. But we've got her. She's still back here at the door. But yeah, it would be good. Okay, thanks. The fans need to get turned on. You here to watch goats? We got one alpaca's going to